Hello everybody and welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're finally, hopefully, maybe gonna finish this damn case and save Maya. Without further ado, let's get into it. You already know the players, you already know the story, let's go!
I see he doesn't introduce us. That's just rude,
Hello.
man.
Hello.
Hello.
Also, I had dialogue from the start. Great.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the chance and apologize for my dog, who's gonna be whining for a little bit because there's people outside and he's angry.
I don't blame him. I hate it when people are outside.
He's very angry.
Alice
Oh,
is very
it's
angry.
Hey, pretty cool. Thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of against from empty-handed.
What was I doing? Pressing?
We were pressing people.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
He was having a Bloody Mary. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof. Then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record.
Yes, thank you for reminding us about things, Gabe.
Yes.
He left the wine glass with tomato juice in the room.
Yes.
Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it.
I don't know why that's
Just
an exception.
yeets the glass with the tomato juice that powers.
Oh!
Mr. Powers.
I'm not thirsty.
Yes.
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
Well, you wouldn't be reading gossip rags if that wasn't the case.
Isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and
Sir, he could be a victim of a horrible accident.
So, a baseball has stitches?
Oh my god, Phoenix, what are you doing?
Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Snitches get stitches.
well, there's also. I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is a crime scene!
Very good, Your Honor.
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corridor's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it.
Say wine! Jesus! Oh, whatever.
The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corridor's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
Ah,
What? That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah! But can you prove that Mr. Corridor was already dead at that time? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route!
I'm terribly sorry.
deflecting guilt.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
I thought the ball stitches thing was pretty funny, Phoenix. Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or Should I say empty-handed?
Did you just make a pun?
I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot.
What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Oh no.
Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. He must be a motorcyclist. A daredevil. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
I love
Tricks!
It slipped my mind.
tricks are for kids, Yoda.
Ugh, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious, even though I know he's the killer. I gotta try and prove he's not! Right, got to focus. I can't get lax here.
Lex.
So, what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
Unless he's part some kinky crowd.
So, a football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
Come on, Phoenix.
God almighty, they're so weak. But that man! He received a large roll of cash from the defendant! And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. That is very important. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Maybe he's a stylish bellboy.
Look at the judge admitting he's stupid.
Oh, God. If the judge can even admit he won't fall for it, I am so screwed.
It seems that we have finally come to understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest? Oh, yes. Please tell us more.
Okay.
There was a second meeting?
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
So, the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident.
Some accident? Let's say you saw too much.
Well, I was killing Juan and I just ran into him.
Ugh, and all of it was suspicious to high heaven?
Bruh.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
The judge is slowly turning into Yoda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Funny joke.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that.
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I want to stick to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in sort of a sneaky spy-like.
Sneaky spy.
I knew he was spying!
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly?
Yes.
What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
He gave something to the person inside the room.
I said hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details!
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person?
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime! Are you sure? You really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information.
It was a dick in a box.
Oh, for God's sake.
Please, try to remember what it was, no matter how small it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next.
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left, without even going into the room.
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. On Guard's room?
He opened the door and to Viola Hall. Went in there and who knows after that, right?
I do.
After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? You saw something else?
It was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about that alien. Well,
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Talk about a lose-lose situation.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Oh,
Yeah, it's just repeating stuff. Alright, let's talk about the person this time. So, who was this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I would like to summarize this testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please, try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was... No.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I would say it for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
It's a bear.
Bear.
Bear. Badge.
What was the point of a pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me? Yona?
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright! If you have something to say, please spit it out! Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers! For something you saw... Was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt and Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly the killer assassinated one corridor in this room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then, a bear being found at Mr. Ungod's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Angard is the killer's client.
Order! 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 I said order!
He really wishes Bert would order cheesecake.
Mr. Wright! This is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah... Sorry, Mia.
I'm gonna throttle you. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. They can't persecute a ghost for murder. Actually, I figured a bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edruff would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
Dum dum dum.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something! There has to be something we've overlooked! Yona! A minute, please! Yes! That's right. There are still a few points left that we have to have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
Something out of my ass. Oh! Well, we can't have that! Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
Save, motherfucker, save!
You did.
Yeah, I did.
Ah.
There was one thing Mr. Powers' testimony in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
Hey, Lucas.
Mr. Powers?
Stop wrestling with your dog, Lucas.
I'm trying to calm him down. Someone decided to start mowing the lawn.
Oh, for the love of...
And that upset him further. I'm currently I'm trying to hold him on a grip.
Bless ya.
So he stops. Like he gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of...
Ah!
Oh, shit.
Someone's mowing the lawn!
Oh, what is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why!
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remember. I remember who took the bear.
What? Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm.
It was a
But-
nice arm.
But the arm... It was Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it!
You've got to be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. I somehow forgot the big metallic arm.
Order! Order! It looks like we've dug our own grave. Sorry, it looks like you've dug your own grave. Yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Madame Guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks for the defense. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now? Me help!
You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry!
Now, I will bring this cross-examination. Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright! We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright.
I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. Ugh.
Yoda, I want to jiggle these keys in your face. Ooh!
There are still questions left unanswered.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
The bear itself.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh! I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true! We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. Is that... Oh, Edgeworth!
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Please let me have this!
No.
Ugh.
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungar's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, it was the killer.
The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as his butler.
bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Vanguard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Vanguard had him to do so. I assume because it would have been bad, or had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's having an aneurysm from sheer stupidity.
No, I'm having a stroke because of how much stress this is on my heart. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matangard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
Ordinarily, this wouldn't be a problem, except I know you're right. But I've got to try and save Maya. I knew it would turn out this way. I should be glad that my client is going to jail for murder, but Maya.
Cheeseburger!
After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
I object to your bald head.
You leave my bald head out of this!
I've still got your Game Boy, bitch.
Well, do I?
Raise an objection!
What should I do? I will now. Oh, for God's sake! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Vanguard's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
Franziska!
What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
Yes.
The real client. Yes.
Is this all you have?
Now, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
The badge!
Suggestions, anyone?
There's only one option.
Yeah, there's only one option. Who can he pin the blame on?
Adrian Andrews.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's only one person he can blame.
Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Ah, than the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ungard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right! Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is with this
With
trial?
the trial.
Come on,
Come
anyone.
on, anyone can tell Ungard did it.
I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to Ungard's right way. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I should have seen that coming. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt into Adrian.
I swear this demon will pay!
Mr. Nick, we can't murder him too after this!
Pals!
Nick, I blacked out again!
Where's Mia?
I don't know. A very strong power suddenly called her away. Maya just like, help, 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 help!
Really strong power.
It's a Nokia! Throw it at our guard!
There's two guards, Vicky.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is really jazzy.
The Nokia summoned you.
It's from Gumshoe!
Gumshoe!
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Help!
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Barely.
That's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, bud.
Damn it! What? We don't have any more time!
We just had one. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking up to myself. I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught?
A
Tent?
A tent.
Huh? A tent?
I could see a second tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. Maya! Ah!
See, it does
So she-
happen.
Maya, here we go again.
Mamma
As
mia.
soon... Mia. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So was Maya that called, your way.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! There's not a circus in town right now!
There's only one, pal. The very big circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe! There's also a mailbox!
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal.
Not gonna question the ghost lady, pal.
Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck!
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
It's a Nokia. It would last a week.
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. There were drawings of cheeseburgers all over the wall, Nick.
Gumshoe, please hurry! She's starving, she needs a cheeseburger!
Cheeseburger. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this! I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Oh god, just like, I'm sorry, are you busy thwarting my plans in front of me?
Wait, what?
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
Back here again.
Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
Alright.
Why? Why does she...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
That's a jewelry box?
Oh, it's probably got like his engagement ring or something in it.
So this figurine... It's a container of sorts, is it?
What if it's Celeste's last will and testament or whatever?
Welcome back, riders.
Suicide note.
Hello. Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes! This is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes! I nearly forgot! You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, please don't play with the evidence. You broke 7 Rubik's Cubes today alone.
Do-de-do-de-do.
Sure, I can open it.
Do-de-do-de-do. Now, if the head goes this way, I trust the arm that
Miss
way.
Data Sane, how about you smash it? With that robot arm.
I mean, he wouldn't be wrong.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. That bear figurine. That's bad effects. Just object, Chris.
Go on, Becky, read it.
A puzzle, you lazy git.
Yes. That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. I certainly did not.
I could tell it looked kind of odd.
So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. And is the judge trying to open it with his teeth?
Yes, he is. So, you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing this?
Love that Phoenix just like, yes, he is. Don't pay any attention. Just keep going.
Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
Please keep going so we can solve this before he breaks it.
Oh! Yes, I see!
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh! This is most interesting!
Oh my god, he actually is playing with it!
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh my god, I know we've been joking he has like a council of plushies and shit up to this point.
Oh, you thought I was doing that just for shits and giggles, did you?
Yes!
Oh! Don't mind me! Go ahead and carry on.
Your Honor, you are wearing gloves, right? You're playing with evidence.
I think he's lost it.
I'm playing with what?
So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item.
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
It's not for you, but that's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Let's continue with your testimony. Say it properly this time.
Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear.
There we go.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken.
Yoda, please don't smash it.
Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Yoda? Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's broken.
Gavel, let's get the candy inside.
There's no candy in there. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
Yours knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box.
I never told anyone. And as long as one never told anyone either, the only two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Okay.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box.
Are you clarifying this for the judge?
Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that comes next, and that is this.
Why is the judge holding it?
What is inside this box?
A lovely head of lettuce.
What's inside? What's inside? What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness?
Yes.
You are the only one who can open this. Please. If you will.
Why does it have bite marks on it?
There's a painful silence hanging around. All eyes on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Except Edgeworth is not looking at the puzzle, he's looking at her ass. I know he's doing it!
I have a mirror placed strategically behind the witness stand.
I've opened it. Can someone move this mirror?
No.
Is this what you wanted?
What is this? It looks like a note. I was hoping for candy. Or treasure.
No candy in here!
I know, and I'm very disappointed.
Looks like a receipt to me.
Is the receipt for me as glass stand from the first case?
I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
Of course it is. The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Carlos' former manager, Celestine Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corda himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting. Almost as beautiful as mine. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Oh, fuck. Everything is going at Miss Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right, at least that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I ran for so much just to get my hands on it, and in the end, it didn't even matter. I was going to burn it, for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop.
What if I let you set up 2 bearers?
Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of this note aloud.
You are literate, right?
Very well!
Where are my glasses?
Doors Andrews.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Corridor and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
Matt Ungard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself.
And this time he even went so far as to kill someone just to stop him revealing it?
I'll tell you
terrible.
what a selfish person.
I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too.
Edgeworth is just loving this!
There is no room for doubt here. You suck, Wright. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
But he is just a poor boy from a poor family.
How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Galileo.
Galileo Figaro.
Bro, let me go. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
Must
Keep
I?
bullshitting! Keep bullshitting or I'll hunt you!
I
Me and my old pig dad's hunting you!
I know. I have to carry on, and buy him some more time. Okay. Got 2 deadly pieces of evidence: the figurine and the suicide note. I am so screwed by.
The only people can't tell left from right.
Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation with one of those.
The gavel's already in the judge's hands! Phoenix, hurry! What if Adrian planted the note in the bear?
The suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue?
The figurine?
What's it gonna be, Mr. Wright?
Come on, Gumshoe! Yeet!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh
Man,
man,
look at that lawyer.
he's still going at it.
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Mattengard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corridor until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Mattengard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh! I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order! 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 You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth! What is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately. I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Matt and Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt and Guard.
order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You! Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities! Well, Sort of? Sort of? Is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eyes. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch.
Bruh.
Using this.
The Whitley Whoop?
Come shoes, Box Reaper.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
This is fucking stupid.
Madam God's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, he's really enjoying this. It looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Angard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Mommy, is that man the bad guy?
Don't look at him!
This one is just a nasty.
Phoenix!
Yes, Chief.
Have you figured out what you're gonna do next yet? You could tell him!
What I'm going to do next does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Miss Edgeworth was very close to putting the lid on this case. But we could throw shoes at him. In his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia? Would you like to share with the rest of the class? Or are you just gonna leave me to do all the damn work?
You know, I don't appreciate your sass, Nick. There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded.
If it means to save your sister, somehow I doubt it.
You're right, I want to see him cry. It's hilarious. For not remembering to look into an item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Why do you do this, Mia? Mia?
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
I object to your objection, Jordan.
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have no objection, Your Honor.
I have an objection.
So I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Yeah! Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate, Mr. Wright.
It's not a good look, bruh.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Miss Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Your hair looks silly. Oh no, not my hair. Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So, you're telling me that I forgot something.
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth.
You could say he's edging.
But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Okay? Like what?
You know what it is, Reese.
No, I really don't.
You know what it is, Reese.
No, I don't! I'm really drawing a
You
blank
know
here.
what it is.
Stop it! I don't know!
Do you?
What has Edgeworth overlooked?
I really don't know. Seriously.
And why is he so convinced that it's Celeste's suicide note?
Ugh.
And why is he so convinced it's her handwriting? If nobody has opened the bear before. How does he know?
Do you have anything else that has her handwriting?
To Celeste!
I literally just said it.
Yeah, it's written on the picture frame, Reese.
Yeah.
Do what you want. I actually told you to look at the note and you went to the picture.
Hmm? Oh.
Show them the note, and then you can compare the fig.
Oh, moment. That's it? This impacts his suicide note? Right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago, which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright! You can't!
Mr. Wright? Are you saying the suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you're the one who tried to pin this murder on Miss Longard. You used to say you didn't create a fake suicide note to put it into this bear.
How dare you!
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Record the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard.
I did no such thing!
Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Picture frame!
Mr. Edgeworth, you're the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution!
Ah! Tammy is right.
That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, It seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible.
Edgeworth about to leap over the table. This isn't good, Phoenix. He's got better in his eyes.
The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
She's back.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
In writing analysis, my plot, that's just a lawyer trying to buy more time.
And God is guilty, look, any idiot can tell you that.
I think we've reached the end of the line.
Guilty,
Guilty.
guilty, 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 guilty.
Hold on.
What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. My God. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say this time. I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
God damn it! This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't worry. I just need a little more time.
What?
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
Guilty, 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 guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Whoa!
What is it?
You beautiful
Let me talk to
hippo.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you got to buy us some more time.
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But, can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvened tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for.
Please, Your Honor. Very well.
What is it with you children?
At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. Be advised, but I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take this final recess of the day.
I have to go get some Pokemon today in a raid.
Right. Well, what's going on with my situation?
The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find him in that time.
Hello?
Report! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things.
Can we use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now. I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Many items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to pull the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad.
He's a rebel!
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
My hunk of junk car, sir? I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright. Just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. He didn't!
You did.
You
Did
did.
he drive through the wall?
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me.
Gumshoe?
What happened?
It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
Gumshoe!
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help!
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No! We can't let that happen!
Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why? But why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now?
Gumshoe!
Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment?
Now, Reese,
There
I
is a
want you
way.
to think. I want you to think what way there is to find out. Just think really carefully. What's been a running gag this entire fucking game?
Oh no.
All the time.
Is that Francesca's beeper thing?
Yes. He still has the bug on him.
Yep, that's right, there is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. What was it?
The beeper.
Do I have it on hand though?
It might be Francisca.
Yeah, show Francisca's face.
Alright.
Show her face. Just yeets a photo of Francisca.
Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Oh, I just want to get rid of that picture.
Francesca, does he even want to help us? Edgeworth,
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right.
Stop being an idiot.
It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Besides, leave it for another sequel. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
The verdict.
There's the prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. He said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Dun dun dun!
We might actually be able to finish it today.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I mean, Reese doesn't have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're probably like
time
an hour 20 away from the ending.
That's
or
fine.
something.
They can go over time.
Is there any post-game stuff after this?
No, not
No?
not this one.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're both freaking out so hard!
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Miss Edgeworth?
That is... it's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Wait, don't tell me that note actually is a fake.
What do you think?
Yes!
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately,
Wright was right.
we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order! Miss Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corda.
Mr. Corda?
Well, things are getting spicy, boys.
I take back what I said about the handwriting being beautiful.
It looks like Miss Simplex never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard would not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible. This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Yeah, something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake.
I mean, now you present the picture of Celeste?
Why?
No.
Handwriting? I don't know.
What do you mean? What is about handwriting now?
I don't know! On the handwriting trade!
Look at what he's trying to prove right now. That it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake.
He has to know, but how?
Oh.
Yeah.
But because he has a picture with her fucking note. What did he do?
Celeste wouldn't say those things of me.
I don't know the pen.
What did Edgeworth present last, 10 minutes ago, I guess?
A suicide note.
No, what else did he present?
Oh, the camera!
Yes! That they recovered in fucking house. God damn it, keep up!
Oh dear.
You know what? Present the picture. Go on. No, really, go on. Present the picture. Go on. Do it.
Why not?
Oh no.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, your response?
I believe that even more important than finding out if this note was real or not is whether the attorney's badge pinned to that man's chest is real. That is the $1 million question.
Yes, I agree.
This is for you, Becky.
Me too?
Oh, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that I messed up again. Actually, there's something I would like to ask. Mr. Edgeworth, you had stated something earlier to the effect of the defendant had spied.
Even the judge is keeping up, Becky.
That's it. I never knew he would immediately direct it to this.
The defendant had spied on Mr. Corridor's private life. I believe this would mean that he would have known about the note as well.
So even the game is like, are you serious?
But that's it. Yes, and so naturally, because I totally knew that, this means Mr. Engard would have known that the note was a fake. Order! Order! See here, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I was the one who thought of the spying thing. Jumping in and stealing my thunder like that is simply... I can't even describe it! Yes. Sorry. I could have even bragged about embarrassing Mr. Edgeworth to my grandchildren, had you not. For that, I assign you a penalty, Mr. Wright.
Oh
For you, Becky.
What? If only I had kept my mouth shut. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Thanks, Becky. the prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Unguard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Unguard monitored Mr. Corrida for 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Unguard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim had the forgery at an unknown place?
Ugh.
Order! Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
Yes, I figured.
Hmm? As you figured?
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Unguard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh? Well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Is it a puppy?
Edgeworth, stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual! Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder?
That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes! Miss...
Dorset says, we'll call Maya to the stand.
Mr. Edgeworth! Who is this witness?
It's,
A sock puppet.
Yes? Go on! Who is it? It's not Nana May, Dorset.
Nana May!
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. Oh, wait! Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He lives in this talking box.
He's coming here! To the witness stand!
Well, yes, in a matter of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I asked for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objection, Your Honor? I wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Well then, the prosecution calls this witness to the stand!
Edgeworth, there's no other way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and, your occupation, please.
Yeet!
Very good, sir.
It's now the part of the show where Sin has a conversation with himself.
That's not the thing. I really don't know what I
You see the
expected.
face?
Ah!
And it's got a split in the middle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep. Again, I just.
And it's got a monocle?
Yep. I
Yep.
just did not know what to expect, and once again, the game really doesn't disappoint, does it?
Nope.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
Why is
Can we
he?
have Maya back, please?
Why is he entertaining this? I say. What is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. And it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So, this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no! This will not do! I cannot allow this in my court! First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself!
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelly the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
Dumpty dumpty dum. I'm so hungry. Cheeseburger. Is that
Maya!
true? Maya!
A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
Door should suddenly.
Ah, yes. Please wait a moment.
A corpse falls from the roof.
Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What's he going to say?
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. the Killer seems to be very clever. Be a very clever man.
Oh, and you also gave me a 20% of my first killing. A promo code.
I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
The promo code says the killer 20.
Hmm.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Maybe save, motherfucker, save.
Say, motherfucker.
There is something I must first state.
I blame those penalties on you, Bex, forever.
I mean, it was worth it. The reaction was worth it.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney.
So, I agree.
I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
So I go on. Well, it appears this is one witness. You can't badger Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation.
To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Decula name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly.
That's enough! Please, no more!
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Give us back Maya.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I, didn't say anything.
It was a dwarf.
The judge had better watch himself.
It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
We understand, so please, tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
What the fuck, Shelly?
I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated.
Cheeseburger.
You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
Patience, try to calm down a little. It's the point to try and understand his mindset. seems
I
very.
guess he already contradicted himself.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't seem very steadfast and closed. So you're going to have to work to get him to talk. Blah.
Is your spirit's powers waning, Pearls? Are you sure you can keep up
I
this
think
long?
I think she needs a nap, Phoenix. I think she needs a nap.
I'm not his therapist, you know?
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
So he has technically contradicted himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you decide what he did.
The only thing that came to mind is when he was saying that his client broke his trust, but other than that, I'm not really sure.
Would it be the spy camera?
You don't have to throw evidence at everything, you can keep pressing stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, because he was spying on the killer, so he would have seen the killer do the killing, so he has video of him doing it. This is insurance. If I remember correctly, it's been a week or so.
Show the picture of Celeste!
Yeah, go on.
You just hear a gunshot from the background.
No, you should do it on the first step and just like... First, I have something to say. Throws picture of Celeste at him.
Right, you broke the radio.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules?
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
No!
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we cannot proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really?
Please, just tell us.
In that case,
It was Edgeworth.
I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Please!
Excellent.
Give us Maya!
And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I, didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself.
Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree?
Yes! Press.
You just gonna do the same again? No? Okay. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. With this? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Concorda?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What? Witness?
You're an asshole!
That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client. And it is Adrian Andrews.
What?
What? What?
This can't be. I'm on the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Man on God, perhaps. I'm gonna kill this killer myself.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived.
Edgeworth needs a nap.
This witness is telling a very serious lie.
Oh,
You should
but
go in timeout.
you're the one who summoned this witness.
Ah! Oh, you. Really the killer.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all.
No. No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Mountain Guard is innocent!
Did we lose?
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion.
Yes.
Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached the verdict.
I have to go eat a cheeseburger in front of Maya now.
Bailiff! Please bring Miss Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, a god will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. What the hell do we do?
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Jelly the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! That testimony just now was all one big lie!
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Matt sucks. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified.
I've never met that man!
He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true! I can't afford an assassin!
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No! Mr. Wright, this is all your fault. I'm gonna haunt you. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me.
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
Nothing.
Bless you,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Wright.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wright. That'll be all for the proceedings.
Damn it! I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to save.
So, Reese, what kind of lawyer are you? Edgeworth asked you what kind of lawyer you were, and this is a good test.
Request the trial continue.
And the lawyer says, could this be a test to see if you will false charge someone to save another?
I just want it to end.
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept it not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know. But Mangard is a killer. A murderer! I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the facts. But it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over. But he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust?
You two should kiss.
I never thought
not
about it
following
until
Becky.
now. I trust him.
That's hella gay, Phoenix. I mean, yes.
You're not
yes, you
following Becky!
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue.
I think the judge wants to go home more than you do, Becky.
Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has the verdict been reached?
The verdict is you're a liar, liar.
Before that, would like to talk with you a little more.
About?
Your mustache.
All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well... Actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that also beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore.
Did you ever?
That makes 2 of us.
I'm going to play Pokemon Blue. Screw this shit.
Screw this shit, I don't know.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime.
You're not gonna press him, Reese?
Should I press the first
On
one?
the Avra?
I mean, I
I
can. I usually do.
Usually you do.
Yeah, it just seems like such a straightforward one. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, I might raise suspicion on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
Bruh.
No. I'm not thinking. Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
We almost missed out on this dialogue.
I know, right? Bad me, bad. What was I thinking? Clearly I wasn't thinking at all. Oh dear. What?
Once you're retired.
Why would you think something like that? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright! You are hereby declared guilty!
It would be funny if it was a game over, an actual game over.
Yeah.
Witness, let's continue.
I mean, if you want to edit it in, you're more than welcome to.
They take Phoenix away and he continues without him.
Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime.
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Well, a change of occupation might be good for you?
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
You see, I'm the real victim here.
That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with the knife,
Well, that's just not tasteful.
and even hide my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook.
It's very hard to tell if he's being truthful or not about him being here.
While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene,
So, you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Data, take note of him.
Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead.
From the very beginning.
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button.
So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill. That is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
And that's all you have to testify.
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in, you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you gonna do now, Phoenix?
Become an assassin.
Mine just like, I'll become an assassin for a cheeseburger.
All I can do now is expose the lies.
I'm afraid you are too frail, young lady.
If you feed me cheeseburgers, I get
And
strong.
too susceptible to get food.
She will have the strength of 10
Cannot
men.
serve it.
Cheeseburger.
This is not a life of luxury. It's a life of servitude.
I will literally work for cheeseburgers.
Well, at least we know she's alive.
That's true. However, you realize that that will be very bad for our client, right?
I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet.
So, Reese,
Yes.
There is a thing that Edgeworth noticed,
Mm-hmm.
as you saw.
As
Go
I did
through your
see.
evidence and read it.
Read the
All of
evidence.
your evidence and read it.
Alright.
Read it
Evidence,
carefully.
please.
That's fine, but what part was it again?
It was, I think it was the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this
this
one.
one.
Okay.
So
See-
read the evidence carefully.
Okay.
Says carefully, Reese proceeds to speed read it all.
No, I'm
Yeah,
looking
I
for
know,
the. I'm looking for the. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
For what?
I was looking at
What are you looking for?
these things. Yes.
Okay. Let me know if you want a little bit more of a hint.
Yes!
I'm asking respectfully.
Well, technically,
Reese says yes.
Lotta was also around, as well as Thingamabob. Oh, sure. Go on. Give me a hint.
Well, what was technically Adrian Andrews' biggest fuck up during this whole thing?
She poured the glass.
Yes. And if she knew he was dead, why would she leave her fingerprints behind?
That's a good point. Shall I present this one then?
I don't know.
Yeet!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corridor had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. Glass? Mr. the Killer. Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corridor had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth! What is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had an exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Da, 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 da.
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It is not a very important point anyway, correct?
Details are very important, sir.
Detail's not important.
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix? If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Wink, wink.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony.
Speedrun!
The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Edward's not as into it because he can tell Phoenix is only faking.
Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. Just know that the very outcome of this trial lies within those items.
This request came to me, about a week ago.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, a cross-examination, please.
This request came to me, about a week ago.
1 week ago. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time.
It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony.
Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's requests. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear.
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
Must be talking about this bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright! I think all of us already knew that! Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was with that brief pause?
Trust, Father?
Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Very interesting way of saying it.
was the testimony just now of any importance? Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so?
You see, it is just as I said.
I'm so lost. The heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
What color was her hair?
The correct color, Mr. Wright.
The color of guilt.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You may have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Right picking not important this time.
Okay,
What it says.
talk about a delicate balance.
This request came to me, about a week ago.
Actually, just skip it if it's not if it's the same.
to request my services on minor ceremony. I met with some family matters. What kind of... Okay, let's try this one. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
Does she wear glasses?
Of course she does.
So I press
Press
further and then...
And
No, it's not
yeah, try
important.
not important.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Why he meets his client is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please! Stop. Sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
I just imagine Maya quickly waking up and be like, you done fucked up, and then pausing out again.
I don't think she met Adrian Andrews.
No.
No, she hadn't, but it's just funny because it's just funny. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now of any importance?
Yep.
I heard what I think I heard just now, but I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client.
Right, I'm either going to have to press this or actually present. But either or... Well, as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. None at all.
So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with Mr. the Killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. Okay.
It's like you have to present some evidence, Reese.
Yeah. But
Evidence.
where? Where?
I wonder.
I
When
wonder.
he says he. When he says he, him.
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale, you misgendering piece of crap!
What?
Shelly the Killer! I know you're a man because I have seen that you're a man, despite you being named Shelly, which is a girl's name. But anyway,
It is a very manly name.
you have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
What? They're a fine, upsetting gentleman.
Why would you say that?
Pronouns are important. Details are important. Because you made one very big slip up about her. Damn, I'm good.
So what is the issue?
Oh no.
What did you say just now?
Who the fuck
About
gives that?
her?
He's just like, who the fuck gives that kid the daughter a boy's name?
You're telling me she was cross-dressing that time at the bar?
It
Oh
was like,
my god.
In this day and age, it's quite possible, but not in this particular case. If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman.
Oh!
Phoenix, we just broke the radio.
Order! Order, Nicot! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
Cheeseburger.
This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means that Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
I'm sorry, is the radio sweating?
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
leaking oil.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelly the Killer! This court demands an explanation!
My dude, you could just turn the radio off.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well. Well, this time, please give us the truth. And nothing but the truth.
Okay, I have a teenage girl tied up in my basement.
What?
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail.
Lies!
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client.
Lies and scandals.
The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he is definitely lying.
Be careful, Phoenix. Break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. Can we just have Maya back?
I know,
Soon.
I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Your sound effects don't threaten me.
I'll threaten you if you're not careful.
Uwu?
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail.
Snail mail.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
You not rinse me up this time, Mr. Lawyer.
Alright then, just
As
cough
the
it up.
kids would say, your riz is lacking.
Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one. I present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Killer met with his client?
Do we?
I don't think we do. Do we?
He was the butler!
Well, do you have any proof?
Yeah.
Like, you know that, Becky, because the game breaks the fourth wall for you. But do you?
Let's check
Do
the
you
court
do you have
record.
actual proof? Yeah.
Because obviously that's Adrian Andrews. He left his calling card there.
Hmm.
That just proves that On Guard had, bought the bear.
The little puzzle bear?
No.
Oh.
No, we don't. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. See what I did there, right?
Yes, I saw.
It was a plan,
Yes.
because you're always wrong.
And you wish to punish him.
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client.
Because obviously, when Powers was doing his whole testimony stuff, we saw his image of it, but it's not. We had a picture of it. That makes any sense?
Yep.
Damn it,
You
Lotta!
can't present anything.
Yeah. And why could you not meet certain clients?
They were already in their pajamas.
Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities.
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct?
I have a Discord server.
Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail. Do you have a mail? But in a special insulated
Do you have to
envelope?
mail that in a special?
Insulated.
Email, not a mail.
Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
Ah, I'm very sorry.
You already did.
I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what commonly referred to as email.
Email. Huh. In a contest of mimicry, a judge would beat a parrot, hands down.
Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and
The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way.
2 or 3 other things.
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What shall I do? Shall I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney,
Great, you killed Maya.
Yes?
everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber.
Hypocrite!
And should you turn out to be one,
Oh, wait. Yeah, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't push my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
so save. Also, this game was released in 2002. That's why it's email and stuff.
Okay.
Just entering the true electronic.
Even though it's technically 2018, I think,
I mean,
in the year, technically.
So, should I press further or let it go?
you saved. Keep pressing.
Venus, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
if it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine.
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine.
Thanks for the bits, Henrik.
Yeah, thanks.
I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase.
And then what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews.
I found this figurine at Mr. Engarde's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engarde, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
Save? Save? While you have the chance.
Yep. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking.
How can he give Adrian the bear, but then also need to meet her at Engarde's place?
I think there's more to it than that, but we'll see. So, the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here,
He will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you
Wait,
have to present strong evidence.
she says she's the one who bought the bear.
yeah. She's right. So, now what, Dr. Wright? But do I have evidence about this?
Check.
Look at the bear. That's it. Look at the bear in the note.
I don't think I have the evidence at this point, do I? Do I need Gumshoe's evidence for this?
No, it's
Where is
representing
that
the bear.
beautiful bastard?
You saved, right, just now?
Yeah, I saved. I'll do it
Try
again.
representing the bear. Representing the bear if you saved.
Okay, I'll just do it again just to be sure. Okay, let's go. Ines, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engarde's mansion? Is that correct?
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is above Wright. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear.
Yeah, try giving the bear. Just try it, it's fine, you say.
Shelley the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it.
This item?
I see where you're going.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's where I'm
She
going.
said she was gonna. Yeah, she said she was gonna burn it.
Yes, yes, you did. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
That's a good one.
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
Yeah.
I was going to burn it for her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! 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 So that's where you two were going.
Cheeseburger.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh!
Order! Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not...
That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
But wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me.
Did we just kill Maya?
I have a matter that I must attend to.
No! Please! Not that! Please wait!
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth!
Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony? Or is this enough?
Explain it when you're older, Your Honor.
Well, we should.
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
The prosecution,
What has come over everyone? Even you are!
The prosecution rests.
What's going on around here?
Oh god, the judge feels more clueless than usual.
Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Edgeworth, this isn't like you at all. Are you sick?
Oh, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests, no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then, even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. D. Killer's testimony is accurate.
Nah.
That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews.
No, 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 no. Edgeworth is very sad he won't get to see that butt anymore.
Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, man on guard, will be declared innocent. And in his place, Aiden Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder?
He can't bear to think of that butt going to waste.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, out on guard, to the stand.
The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. We're fucked, Phoenix.
I can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent or good person.
Oh no.
You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide.
It was an accident,
Ooh.
dude.
But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Ha!
Bruh.
Oh. I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Bruh.
Mr. On guard!
No, he really did it, Matt.
What an atrocious lawyer have given his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree?
Where did you get that?
No one knows.
Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life?
You know what Maya would want. You'd better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? I'll hunt you if you don't, Nick!
But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on guard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right.
I can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, man guard, is...
You know what Maya would want.
You're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright.
Oh my god, this is intense!
Man guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Man on guard is...
Fuck! Fuck!
Francesca von Karma!
I just imagine she's like carrying Gumshoe on her shoulder that got shot.
What's the reason? Ow!
Not
He was-
entirely wrong.
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Or should I say Phoenix Rock? No one can put me down. This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Also, somebody fix him up. Just flops on the ground face first.
Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles, edgy boy. If Karma is perfect in every way, the evidence is here in perfect condition. It is perfectly perfect to perfectly put this foolish fool to rest. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. I taped them up with duct tape. All of the items are inside this, and I request we burn it once we're done with it.
No, pal. Not my only coat.
What a filthy old coat this is!
It used to be brown.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
Hey, he got that from his father-in-law, Columbo.
It was brown before.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
You know what'd be worse?
What?
If it was white before it turned brown.
Lol.
Then green?
Yep. That's how old it is!
I need a sippy sip.
Passed down from one gumshoe to the next for generations.
Okay, let's get this accent over with.
Okay. I thought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence.
It's just like a picture of that dick buck drawing signed, "Fuck you, alright, Francesca."
Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Bless you.
Your final
Your Honor.
evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now will change the outcome of this trial.
Pretty please, Your Honor?
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. Besides, I don't want to be ripped again.
He definitely doesn't have a favorite.
However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court.
Save.
Save, motherfucker!
Save.
And don't show everyone your badge.
Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are left by the killer during his escape from the police.
Must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence that are evidently evidential.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle.
One of them's a cheeseburger wrapper. I'm calling it now.
I'm sure of it.
This is all we can hope for. Okay. The first item is a pistol. Oh, maybe I can pistol whip Wright with this.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case?
Question everything.
Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me.
Yeah, she was shot in the shoulder.
Yeah, she was.
That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe. Yes. Now where is he? I just want to talk with him. I just want to talk with him.
Oh,
Unfortunately, Miss Francisca, that's the only thing you could do with him.
Oh, can I shoot the radio?
No.
Darn it! I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento, so that I can reload it and shoot it into his stupid face.
That's not how it works, Francisca.
Don't tell me how revenge works.
No, that's not how bullets work. You need to rebuild the bullet.
It's fine. I'll take it out of Gumshoe's wages. You fired, Gumshoe. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
so that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francesca.
Nick wondering if he can have it to mount on his wall after the case.
It's probably not going to help us very much.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from Unguard's mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Importantly important, if you will.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right, it looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site! They were pathetically pathetic. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. He has 2 cats and a trench coat. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Very tacky, but still nicer than the ratty coat.
Is that a uniform from the Watergate Hotel?
Water.
That too.
The Gate Water. Was that used during the crime?
I am almost certain it was. I'm always certainly certain. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. Can I have these after we're done with this?
There's no doubt about it.
They're
The
not
killer
just guys.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
And when he kidnapped Maya.
Mhm.
There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There's a button missing on this uniform.
A button.
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Yana, stop taking a nap. This is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, very under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
I'm going to whip you.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
I just want lunch.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Oh my god, you are guilty. You're such a buffoon. A foolish fool.
This is the end.
Felix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. Don't have it in the end not even matter. You can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Come on.
Two?
The first. Oh, right, I'm reading.
Yes.
Make a God wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If a God himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but... That's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Angard. If the killer were to no longer think of Angard as his client,
Maybe save soon.
then he would let Maya go.
Yeah, I don't know if it will lock you into anything.
Okay.
Save, motherfucker,
Just in
save.
There we go. Maya? So, Mia? That's not even more... That's even more impossible!
Oh my god, your brain's shutting down, Nick.
He is a man who values his duty towards his client above all else.
I know, both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. There's a magician guy, I'm sure he could do that.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, the judge is a moron. Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
Person who needs the evidence?
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have all seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. Mia,
think
can
she's
you just
talking
spell
about?
things out for us?
Who do you think she's talking about, Becky?
The killer?
Exactly.
That truth is maybe what will bring about the miracle in the end. Ha ha ha!
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I'm surprised Francisca hasn't just whipped everyone.
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. And you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. Turn the situation around in one try.
One try? That's all I will permit.
Totodile wants to go for lunch.
I want to go for lunch. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point.
Top hat, cloak, white rose.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh, not that far away.
Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
The badge. Show the evidence, the badge.
I'll go show it to Shelly the Killer, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Becky guessed.
Not this one. This one.
No.
That's
Yeah.
still dull.
As young girl, it's a different person entirely.
I see.
That's John Joe, a trustworthy, lovable butler.
And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
So, what do you think it is, Reese?
Save.
It would be the tape,
Too late
wouldn't it?
now. What do you think it is? Give me your reasoning.
Oh, he wanted the tape. It was after the tape, isn't it?
What's on the tape? Does anyone still own a VHS player?
Well, what's on
Violently
it?
tried to
2002, so yes.
What's on the tape is him committing the murder in question. But then again,
Why do you think the bear had a fucking video camera?
spy.
Remember, the bear had a video camera
Yeah.
transmitting into. So yeah, he has it on tape, and that's the tape.
Yeah. Oh, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Because again, he was attacking. Oh, he went back to his base to get the damn tape. Took out 3 guys, so it's clearly important to him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes. One is all I need. I have here a videotape that was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
What so?
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. So I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true? That's right.
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews!
No.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
He had to remember to put it on the end!
Yes, sir!
I just imagine Francisca behind the judge with a whip. Making sure he stays quiet.
Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea.
He feels so violated.
And betrayed.
Mr. Wright. Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
He just wants to talk.
Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene?
To get the blackmails.
The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They
Wanted to see one get hit.
His skills.
Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm not a weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins.
Where do you keep getting that port?
Don't ask. Oh, calm down, Mr. Wright. Assassins are about blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want.
Bruh.
Yeah, forgot about that, didn't you? Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer?
Spider-Man loves you, Shelly.
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes. By a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes,
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Oh, Edgeworth, rubbing the salt in.
yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. And that's all I wanted to know.
So, the traitor becomes the killer's next target?
I'm God, just sweating all the bullets right now.
Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
when you request my services, do not fucking betray me. My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
Can you take it for a Wendy's drive-through?
What
I know
Maya. I thought I'd never see you again.
He just took her by like a little just oh, not over the shoulder, like under just one yoink just went off.
Oh, thank
Can we
goodness.
Can we get a Happy Meal?
There's nothing happy about meals, child.
Yes, but I want one. I'm so hungry.
You know what? Maybe I'll order a Happy Meal. It is 24 hours.
You.
You can get the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Ooh.
I fucking detest the Hello Kitty Yu-Gi-Oh crossover.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I actually, sort of. I don't
You oughta
quite.
just say that Matt's guilty.
I don't quite. Ah! Miss Montgomery, where did that?
She always has you in her sights.
She's just hiding behind a pillar or something.
Now I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Suffer, you little shit!
Mr. On guard.
This one's free.
It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You have finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement.
You're a little shit.
Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video.
Help me.
Sorry, what was that little bitch?
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle!
No kidding.
Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now! Oh no, I feel bad for Adrian. Come on, Phoenix, please whichever way your heart tells you! I've got popcorn!
Hi,
But Teresa
Chief.
Powell has popcorn in her pockets.
Man on guard?
Yes!
Even though I am a lawyer,
This one's pro bono.
I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self. Guilty?
Yes.
Even
Yes, it is.
even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty, 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 guilty!
Bruh.
Ow.
I'll say, yeesh.
Bruh.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We I don't remember you helping out much in this. But Mr. Edgeworth, I'm the one that pointed out your whole security camera thing. Remember?
Yes, Your Honor, that was quite embarrassing.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Mattangard?
I have left Miss Monkarma in charge of his incarceration.
She's just like kicking him and smacking the shit out of him.
I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes, I'd also like to sue you for fucking emotional damage, Mr. Wright. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. With the money I get from suing Mr. Wright! The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
Must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess he's trying to forgive him for what he did and said.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. Utterly pathetic! And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, oh, that was so satisfying. I felt like I had finally been saved! Oh my god, he was a dick!
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. Well, not really. But hey, I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. It's a mix of joy and rage. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh no, Gumshoe's not here to make the confetti!
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about.
We have a conspiracy board for you.
But everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. Now I shall return to playing Pokemon Blue and defeating the Elite Four. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You agreed out there, Phoenix!
No, I really wasn't. Don't lie to me.
I'm trying to make you feel better, Phoenix! Oh, so I swiped the judge's Pokemon game.
Why?
Old habits die hard, like me.
What? What did I... What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Won't be the last time he gets a guilty verdict for his client.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck. I'm not looking forward to that one. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Dragon Gumshoe! Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Man on guard is...
Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right.
Edgeworth!
I have good news.
Francesca didn't kill him.
Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
I don't know why, I
Edward's
just...
just like,
Just drunk.
I just imagined like just a puff of smoke and she's just small again.
No, she there's no poof of smoke. She's literally just boom. Like it goes tiny.
Edward just like, she went through reverse puberty.
Can I
Really?
just witness?
Pearls?
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe.
Like, just gonna ignore that.
She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car with 5 cheeseburgers.
Ah, Mr. Mayor! Mr. Mayor is safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow! Punch is deceptively hard for a kid.
Oh, I'm so happy! Starts punching at my leg as well, and she's just like punching in between the 2 legs. I believed in you! I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her! Mr. Nick will save her! Ah, I'm so tired. Who needs a nap?
We all need a nap, Pearls. Thanks. What's wrong?
Miss Von Kammer. Please stop punching, Edgeworth.
About earlier. Thanks. Ow!
Why are you still smiling? You creep me out, you degenerate. Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost! Oh, you lost! She's just literally dabbing on him. Your perfect win record has now been crushed! And yet, you are still happy. I don't get it. You disgust me, you disgustingly disgusting foolish fool of foolish foolery!
I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma.
How dare you!
Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. And then another. And then another. And then another. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then...
I got framed for fucking murder!
it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was safe. But that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened. So I left the Protector's office.
And got my own spin-off games.
And I left that note. Protector Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. Prosecutor has shamed himself with the feet should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the Protector's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
But what foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, this spiky-haired idiot would shout. That man would hold strong with his undying faith.
Yes, what is wrong with his hair, seriously?
He had a windblower accident. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy? Did you get concussed?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth?
Yes. That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetically foolish fools! You two should get a room, seriously. Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser! She just does the L thing on her forehead while saying that.
Mhm.
And Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect! Now, Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy! You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma! And neither am I! It's over! It's all over!
Francesca threw something on the ground just now?
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right.
He just
Hang it
mounts
on
it on
your
his
wall.
wall. Ha! Get out of my head!
Okay. Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Nick, they were out of cheeseburgers! I had to get veggie!
It's okay. I'll get you all the cheeseburgers you want. Just never leave my side again.
and just handcuffs herself to him. Pal, eat this key!
She would.
You don't need to go that extreme.
Too late, she ate the key.
Oh dear.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through! Even though I have been traumatized by having to eat veggie burgers! You got convicted like I knew you would! And on top of that, you even rescued me and resurrected Mr. Edgeworth from the dead somehow. We'll get back to that.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you.
Nick, do not mention dessert right now!
But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever! Look, it's over. Okay, besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is that really that easy to do, something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Oh, yeah?
You still have my Seal Samurai Blu-ray. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth!
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey! It looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. You're no longer dead.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Feed Maya. Alright, I think it's time we get out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick! Food! Grab! Chow! I'm starved! You're looking like a delicious lobster buffet right now! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
No, Mr. Edgeworth is the prime rib.
God.
I'll just leave.
Pearl just grabbing him by the back of his jacket. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please!
If you insist.
They're doing Steel Samurai toys at McDonald's.
You can take my car.
Alright. So how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Edgeworth just like, aw, I wanted the McDonald's. Come on, Nick! Food!
Dear.
Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
What happened to him?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
At least it wasn't a person. Could you imagine if he hit old Windbag?
A telephone
Everyone
pole?
would be grateful.
A telephone pole?
He'd be like,
Then it wasn't a red light that got him. Or TARDIS.
oh god. But yeah,
Did you
Edward just like, Gumshoe, you get all the raises I owe you. You took out my greatest pain in life. You did it again, city boy! Yeehaw! I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? I am so sorry to everyone from the South. And everyone from Germany. If you don't stop being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Weird woman. Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lordo bought herself a new camera.
Well, at least we can put this messy case behind us now.
Thank
Yes,
God.
let's never speak of it again.
Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
You'd think they would have cleared up this press release by now. Amen to that, pal! Amen! Do you have any candy in your pockets?
You know, when you think about it, you're the one who saved the day, Detective.
They're starting a bromance.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Ah, well, you know, it's...
Oh, Gumshoe!
Huh? Wait. That's odd.
Where's your jacket, Gumshoe?
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? What?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item?
Aw, come on, y'all, it's over. No, we must know what the 4th item was, Lotta! Meanwhile, Francesca's just burning the coat. But, whoo boy! I tell you, you really are something else. You're terrible. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped and having unrequited love from a certain blue spiky-haired lawyer, never a dull moment with you, huh?
Hey, what was that last part?
You think? Shut the hell up, Lotta. Keep all those secrets in your hair.
Why does
Just
she
comes
look...
up the water. You think just punches her in the stomach?
Why does she look so happy
No.
about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Yeah, what's that about Pearl? She's already got like 2 plates stacked sky high and munching on a whole lobster. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of the things, I drew a picture. From my tears. Sounds like you had it rough, girl, so where's this picture of yours? I want to take a picture of your picture. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. But, well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Just a memorial to my suffering.
Ah.
It's a picture of a hamburger.
It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again.
Then she ate it.
Hmm?
What is it, Edgeworth?
I'm vibrating.
This thing is picking something up.
Ah, that's Miss Montgomery's receiver.
He's just having trauma.
Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
haven't even eaten anything yet. I'm scared you'll literally eat my hand if you take anything right now.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I have stopped for 2 days, Nick.
Bullshit says maybe she just loves him like a yandere. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
Give him the
Huh?
whip. Give him the whip.
Batch!
Give him the
Savories!
whip. No, you can't. Give him the
You
whip.
can't say that anymore.
Okay.
What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
Look at the smug. Look at the smug man. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya! Yes, Hallie? Sorry, I was writing my new fanfic on this napkin. I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Hey, what you got already? You're embarrassing me! Angrily eats cheeseburger.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
We were hoping you would. As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick!
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy the noodle.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Oh god, he's so broke he can't even talk!
What?
Oh no, the mic was kind of out a little bit, that's all.
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old building here. It's better be anyhow. How for 3,000? Seriously, I'm more broke than my accent right now. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab as well. I know. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
He has no cash and he must scream. You don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
Nick just silently crying. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you! Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage, you know.
Alright then. You say so.
On the DS version, you actually have to yell.
Yeah.
Into the
Objection!
front of the DS.
Oof.
I think the Wii U version also has you do it.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Won't be the last.
Skydiving. What was that?
Won't be the last.
Oh no. Nick, I'm gonna need a lawyer. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. I love her more than I loved Mama. I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of Made reservations for the two of you, just in case. I wrote a whole fanfic about it.
Nick is just going, huh?
And then they hugged and smooched. The end.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Ashwood had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he say things like, letting that one go bad is for the whole society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal!
Edgeworth has saved society.
I forgot about this.
Oh yeah, this chick. I, Maggie Brain, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. It's way safer. I'm bringing smiles and drinks to the people who come to by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometimes, Mr. Wright.
I totally forgot that was a character.
Spoilers.
Oh no, is she getting convicted of murder again?
No, but she'll be a waitress.
Huh. Oh, fuck no.
Yes, I'm here to visit a patient. I'm Director Audio. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I've seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I relate so much and I always go crack. Didn't matter if I got away though. Yes. Oh.
Who are
Favorite
you?
character, Becky.
Director Hottie, Becky.
Who is he?
Director
Your
Hot.
favorite
Director
character.
Hottie.
No, he is not.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, they won't laugh at most jokes.
Oh, Max, that's so mean.
No, I'm just being a realist.
What's a realist?
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall into fears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Small girls represent.
I've got a new act worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Those two are not good for each other.
They are not.
They're partners for life.
What's this? Try it. It's just another electric laser to chatting. Can't believe this. Really? How long did they plan on making me do this? But it's such a blues idea, so that means I have a deep hitting meaning. But why do I get the feeling they would forget about me, wouldn't they? I was never like this in the old days. The world for me. They used to call me the Queen Wendy, a trippy, but it's
Bruh.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of special thanks.
10 years later, she's still looking for more stuff.
I appreciate everything and you and Miss Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm very thankful to have met everyone. Von Karma's just like, okay, I'm gonna help you sue Phoenix Wright.
Oh, God.
We'll take him for his stupid hair.
It has become difficult for me to be in this country. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
Bruh.
Vacation, here I come.
May I recommend going to visit the White House? There's a Cheeto there at the minute.
I'll be visiting a different kind of house.
Okay.
Where are you going, Francisca?
Oh, not you again. How did you know I was here?
With this.
You smart little bastard. That's mine!
I heard you were planting things on a certain person.
Only I get to abuse him.
Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
Humph, that's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. It stunk so bad. This filthy drab coat of his. Ugh. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage,
She is a stalker.
but it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
Mm,
When I ran off of the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things you know he can't count.
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up! You don't understand a thing! You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter!
Francisca.
So many expectations for everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill! I'm expected to win no matter what! And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me! My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius, I've always known that. But I had to be one! I had to!
You may not be a genius like your father,
Rude.
but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Oh, you mean this whip? Speaking of that, you gave me this to hold on to.
There's a lot of
Right.
people that will take this screenshot and use it for bad context.
You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Now, Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. And I need a sippy sip.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. Give me my whip.
I believe you can. Just how Adrian Andrews did.
Don't you talk about my new bestie. I mean, Adrian Andrews? Who's that? Never heard of him.
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right?
Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the Projector's path, then this is one where we part ways, Francisco and Karma.
I haven't just given Karma, damn it. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever, you big stupid jerky jerk face of jerk faces. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Ugh, she's an ugly crier.
Everyone's an ugly crier.
Hey, Lucas,
Yeah.
didn't she say Big Brother in the other version?
Huh?
Didn't she say Big Brother in the other version?
In the original one?
Someday I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good
No.
care of this fourth piece,
Okay, must be a false memory.
so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. What is it?
There you go.
Ah! I did it! I wrote an entire Nick and Edward fanfic on the back of this card.
And then Francisca fucking...
What?
And then Francisca fucking stole it.
Yeah.
Wow, this is juicy.
Might be in the original DS, the thing you mentioned. Because this is
fine,
the Wii
that's-
version.
Okay.
Mm.
But I played the DS version, so...
We did it! We beat the game!
Yep.
We have one to go, but we will take a little break.
Yes, we will take a little break. Thank you everybody for sticking around and watching. If you're watching on YouTube, like, comment and subscribe. Follow us in our socials in the description below. And we will see you next time. Bye bye.
Bye!
Bye bye.